Namaskar, good morning. Speaking from Bharat, India. This is Engineer Suraj Singh on July 11, 2020. One more serious day of this year. Serious because year is serious. Year is year is heartless. Year is soundless. Year is powerful but dead material. Full of dead material, full of bodily issues, and full of every tranquility, known peace, instability, disintegrity, and all that, which I can say this is world of year of century of Corona, COVID-19, as we say, COVID-19. Very specific and very unknown entity of this world. COVID-19, a kind of super breakpoint in life of everybody, of all countries. No country is untouched by this fighter, by this power, super nuclear power, super soul power of world, attacking people of world, and this is proving devastating, and I feel that more devastation has to come. Superpowers are being crushed. Who used to call them superpower are being crushed every moment, and this is really surprising for everybody. I can say for everybody, really surprising very much to me, to you, and to everybody is COVID-19, great COVID-19 I should say. I can say great because it is great or not great, I don't know, but it looks that it's very great because it is killing whole world, and I should say it has killed many and many thousands, lakhs and maybe crores one day. Crores, no one can understand. Crores are crores, no one can say no. So far it's called SARS-2. SARS stands for Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome. SARS-2, Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome, one part of this disease, that is number 2. Last one was about many years back, that was 1. So this is SARS-2, and I say COVID means COVID-19, great COVID-19 is here, Corona viral infectious disease 2019. We call 19, and this is 19, and this is really, you can say, God's act of virus. God's act of virus, this is, we are talking of God's act of virus. When acted by God, what you and I can do. God's act of virus, what you should say. If it's God's act or it's virus, both actually are from God. But which one is to be weighed more? It's God's punishment or it's really virus? Scientists have not actually answered this one. This is God's act or virus. What you can say it is? What we can understand by this? This is Corona, COVID-19. I'm talking about this, and then I take about other issues, and that is, that we will take about engineering management after this, engineering management after this, and then we'll take organization along with management, and then thinking, management thinking, you can say man thinking, and total systems quality, and soil engineering, and FIDIC 2017 red and silver, and W plus white, and you can say so. This is SARS to COVID-19. Reports coming are very different, crazy. I can't say what's right, what's wrong. I just put it like that. Everything is right, everything is wrong. Nobody can answer. FIDIC itself is a dominating factor here, not for me, not for you, for all. It shall remain dominating maybe for coming decade. FIDIC 2017, not hallmark, it's world mark. It's a world mark now. And what I am feeling, and I am weaving in dream. Every day I weave dreams of this. My dreams very dangerous, and I am weaving, foreseeing great problem in USA. As I see now, USA is going to face enormous problem. It's nothing started yet, you can say. In USA, I feel it's going to be multi times more problems regarding COVID-19. They may not expect, scientists may not say, but what I understand and I will through my intuition, that's going to be a big problem, and maybe these people accept everything even to leave their country due to this. Maybe I can say many crores are going to be infected, and our country, I should say, it's 130 crore people, and we are very careless now, very careless. I can't define to what degree careless we are. I understand carelessness of people of England, I understand carelessness of people of other country, but we cannot afford this. I was talking to some doctor, my friend, yesterday, and I talked to him of this. Means what happens, how many doctors we have in this country. If we have crores cases or crores infections together, we are not in any way capable to manage that. Let us suppose there's one simultaneously crores of cases in our country, Bharat. Contemplate that. Contamination is more important than something else. We are not very powerful country in medical or in whatever field. We may have at least millions of doctors, but crores cases. How shall we handle that? And I am observing, based on my personal observation, I can say people are really careless. They are not wearing masks. They are talking to each other, closely sitting all over. And sometimes I feel threatened to walk through these streets and roads where people are sitting and talking to each other. They are not serious degree. They are not serious. They are just sitting in normal. And I have a very bad case happening. Sad case happened in France. You can see one bus driver in France who stopped some passenger without mask not to enter, and there was a dispute. News is there that this was many days back news, I think 2 or 3 days back news, that he stopped that passenger not to. There was a dispute, and it was that this passenger kicked the driver, hit him, and today's morning I saw news from France that driver has gone for his heavenly abode. So it's just for case of mask, people are being murdered. What can you say? I sometimes feel threatened also when I see someone, where's your mask? starting arguing for nothing, Means we are losing our senses, is it not that? Even though we are educated, means we are losing senses. And it's the particular women are crazy, can say. Means they try to keep their sari portion of the face, means it doesn't mean anything. Means you at least hanky you can use. I'm also using hanky. Your hanky is comfortable and better than that mask. Your hanky covers your better portion, better surface area of your cheeks and your nose and your lips, and it may also, if longer one, can cover some part of your ears, and of course you can use glasses. But unfortunately, I am finding that people are not good enough. People are not good enough to do all this. Unfortunately, it is really, I don't know how it's happening, but people are not fearful. They don't understand. I tell them many times, if you go to hospital after corona being effective, then you won't find even water there to drink. There's no facility available in our hospitals. We don't have good hospitals. There's a huge rush of people, big rush of people in every hospital. First of all, our hospitals are limited in number. And if there's a long queue of patients, you cannot say that you will be facilitated with that. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I was showing the wrong signal. I'm sorry. I'm excused. I apologize. By mistake, I was showing a FIDIC signal. I'm sorry for that. By mistake, I didn't notice. It was FIDIC. I shown a country. I'm showing. I lost. When I was talking, I lost. I'm very sorry for that. I apologize to all who misunderstood me. This is COVID-19, not FIDIC. By mistake, I showed FIDIC. I could not even read what I'm showing. I was showing, but sorry once again for that. This COVID-19, I'm talking not FIDIC by chance, because my mind was somewhere else. It was in talk of America and France. I didn't know what I was showing. Before that, I showed you a monitor of my that's my mobile, which was this one. I showed you COVID there. Again, I apologize to all. It happens with me. I lose my concentration and I talk. It's my habit. I don't know how. When I talk, means when I talk, you think of that. Means I'm not reading I'm a script, but I'm just talking, thinking, and I'm also thinking of USA, because last night saw dreams of USA, big problem, and also then see. Whole day I think of COVID, and this thing what's happened. I'm 65. I'm not going to spend much more in life, but still thinking is important. You have to think something. Thinking is my basis, my life based on thinking. So sorry for that. COVID-19 is talking. I'm saying COVID-19 is very serious. Should carry it in your voice. It's giving a serious consideration to people of this world. It should. And people should understand. They should realize that they should not become mad like whole world has become. Whole world is mad now, I can say. Depression and madness and worry and ambiguity and no future seen, and jobs are out, and relation with boyfriend and girlfriends are broken, and the unnormalized is broken. So you can say people are angry inside their minds. They are angry as well as not sure, because our youth people, particularly youth, don't have tolerance. Youth don't have tolerance, and they want to have a facility of struggle. It's also a habit of youth. Youth of 2020, 20th century is not struggler. There's only struggle. You may be rich or poor. You want to drink. Now say everybody is going to drink in England. They are going to drink in America. They are going to go to France. Because drinking is more important. Whiskey is more important. Or what drink? I don't know. I never drank in my life. I don't know. It's more important than your food. It's more important than your work. It's more important than your children. It's more important than everything. I don't know reason of drinking. You can take milk or something else why you want to drink, but they drink. Very expensive yet the drink, I don't know. Then we don't have money, we have short, we have no job. Why do you drink? It is free of cost, so it's now free of cost. So better avoid that. My suggestion is avoid that. COVID is there, your attack is there. COVID doesn't listen to anybody, it only acts. COVID is a judge, he doesn't listen to, he listens to everybody, he knows everything. He doesn't need explanation. COVID, if you transfer COVID-19 into humanity, you will find super human is working around you, invisible way. You cannot even see where it is. You can't see what shape it is, or figure it is, or power it is. That's super powerful. I'm not going to say, I read yesterday, surprisingly laughing, and the European news that There was one news took forth, I think 3-4 days back, regarding one professor of, Tom Jones, Jefferson, of honorary fellow, such of University of Oxford, who said the virus is available everywhere, virus is always dormant, and where virus reactivates itself depending on temperatures, availability, and humidity condition. There are low temperature, high humidity, or various kind of virus can work. So that claim that virus was available, virus is available, it's always there, but sometimes dormant, sometimes acting, sometimes silent, sometimes sleeping. It works there, always works there. That scientists from Oxford University who actually told this. I think he was answering some question on some channel. I don't need a channel, you must name, I don't know exactly remember. Yesterday I got another encounter to this scientist, to Dr. Jefferson from France, not sorry, from France, Italy, I think from Italy or Spain, either of these, because that Jefferson, Dr. Jefferson referred to tests conducted in March 2019 in Italy, not Italy, the BEF is, you can say, Spain. It's Spain, Barcelona of wastewater, and also in Italy. So 2 or 3 locations he told that tests were conducted in wastewater where virus was seen, and this was 1 year back, not now. So just claiming that origin of this XXYY origin of this virus COVID-19 that locates in Wuhan, China, is not confirmed, it's not 100% true. And also said that sometimes back some ship so sailing, and on 8th day of its sailing one case was seen, and like that. So there's an encounter from Italy, Spain, of that Jefferson's claim, and now they say this is rubbish, not possible, but they will reinvestigate what was done. So with science, nobody is on politics. Means we can't say science is science, science needs answers. Science means what is that, why is that, how is that. If these answers are not available, we can't say that science answered. So science answered means, if science answers means, facts come in, and we wait for that, but we don't believe in politics. Politics is no meaning here. So let us see. I can't say this is only statement yet, and if it's true, then we can't say science has no answer till now. But COVID-19 is on move, is still on move, and problems are being added and created. People do not really listen. There have been many cases in this COVID, even where dishonesty is played, like it's played in London, England, it played in France. So young people are so very good cheats, as well as your further of is concerned, or unemployment alone. Well, there's nothing to do with this COVID talk. I'm just referring it to parallel to that. It's how people have acted now. So when I compare now honesty, degree of honesty has fallen all over the world. It may be our country, Bharat, India, it may be England, it may be America, it may be wherever you can say honesty efficiency has come down, sincerity levels are down, no one can say what shall happen, how youth are everywhere, and actually speaking, world has been uniformly divided, uniformly set about honesty, dishonesty, and nonsense setting what they should do. If people can kill a driver just for mask, see value of that. Very, 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 very strong, very good. I condemnable case. Means just because you are not wearing mask, you can lead to a state of where a person is beaten and killed. Means only a question of mask means you did not want to wear mask. Okay, that was one point. But why you take egoistically? Why did somebody point that out? So I also fear now, if I point to someone, some youth can attack me. So better not to tell youth. Means youth don't listen. Problem is that youth of this century is not taught to listen, and that is a problem, big problem. And listening, you don't know what's value of listening in the world. Listening is a big property. Listening or hearing is very big property. And if you don't listen, first you have to listen to yourself. That's one part. Listen to you. You'll ask me why you're speaking about. How can I listen to me? Yes, that's what my point is. You have to listen to you first. Listen to you means you have to listen to your inner voice. You have to listen to your soul says. Listen to your mind, what mind says. And then you further analyze. So if you can't listen to yourself, it's difficult that you can listen to others. And don't take it egoistically, because if you don't listen, that means you cannot take any decision, because calmly listening is very important. If a person has decided to say a person is a judge, so you are own judge. If you don't listen to our debate, if you don't listen to argument of advocates, or you don't read all cases, submissions thoroughly, peacefully, and just get angry or excited on submissions, then you can never reach any decision statement formation. You cannot write any decision, and that's where it lies. Means youth of today's that means a majority of youth, they don't want to listen, they don't want to read, they don't want to explain, they just want what they feel is right, they do. This is happening all over the world. On internet also I find people don't answer questions, people just start abusing others, because abuse is an answer. It is very easy to abuse someone. Point is that it's very easy. If you abuse someone, it doesn't cost anything. It only costs your character, it only costs that. If you don't listen to others, means you are not human being, you are like dog. One has to listen. You may speak a lot, but simultaneously you have to listen. If you can't listen, you can't receive problem. You can't understand others. And if you don't know question, you don't know what question is, you cannot answer. So youth must understand that life is not for you only. Life is for all classes of people. If you don't like something, okay. Why you abuse? What is reason behind that? This means you are a fool. You don't know what to answer. You are angry with that and you start abusing. This means you are very weak person. You are not human being. You are using abusive language as tool of answering, and that is nonsense. And not here only, this is all over world happening. I don't blame youth alone. I blame their parenting power. Their parent might have also been same. They did not care for youth. They did not take care of youth properly while bringing them up. So, well, that's another subject. I do not jump onto that, social science, because a part of social science is institution of family, institution of society. But I want to concentrate on COVID-19, which is going to be very, very active in future. Very active in all countries. I think America is going to be most impacted upon by this. It started only. They are saying 30 million affected, and this 30 million 3 million is 3 million now, 30 lakhs. This 3 million may reach to 30 million one day. I don't know it would be, but I foresee that it's going to be that much. And also in our country, Bharat, India, it shall be much more than that, because our people are also fools here. When I walk on road sometime, I feel 70-80% citizens do not care for safety, they do not care for masks, they sit shoulder to shoulder or near to each other and keep talking. And this means degree of seriousness does not exist. They do not care for anything. I don't blame someone for this, because public is not serious. They don't realize there are no hospitals yet. We don't have good infrastructure here. We can't afford hospitals for everybody. And suppose there is a super breakout of COVID, let us say, in our country. There is a super breakout and there are crores of people one day. Let us say there are 8 crore people affected. Let us assume like that. Every month there will be 1 crore or 50 lakhs people affected. Do you think you have hospitals for them? Do you think that you have doctors for them or nurses for them? Do you think workers are for them? Or enough waters are there in hospital? Enough food exists there? All these problems you must think. And you are not that big, you are common people. You don't have big sized houses where you can be isolated individually. You may be 4, 5, 6, 700 members in the family and you are living in 2 rooms. How can you do that? So you need some place. You cannot go to garden to sleep. You have to sleep somewhere. There's no place in hospital. You can't afford to go to nursing homes or go to big hospitals like Apple, like Max or some. You cannot afford to that hospital. So what shall you do? I mean, you will not be given any care. Then you will abuse whom? You will abuse your country. You will abuse government. We know that our government is weak. We know that we are not strong enough to handle all these issues because this is unforeseen. We did not do all this. We slapped. We kept slapping. When America kept slapping, we kept slapping. England kept, so all countries slapped with sound sleep and did not care for COVID-19. So results of that. It's my real concern. I don't know why I am feeling that America is going to be crushed one day by COVID-19. We are going to be crushed and many others. France has lost 30,000 lives. America has lost many thousands of lives. We have lost already 25,000 lives. Every country is living life and many millions lives may be lost. Infection means forever you are gone. Now feeling happiness comes to New York and this is 68% people or 70% people are now, they have got immunity. What does it mean of that immunity? This is not permanent immunity. This is because of medicines they have taken. It's due to that and it remains there, but it's not permanent, remember. Therefore, I don't want to talk much on COVID-19 because there's nothing much that. Only thing, it's increasing, it's rapidly moving. It's moving such a speed that you can't imagine. I can claim today it's just started this journey. COVID-19 just at beginning. People think it is gone. It's not gone. It's just started working, and you will in coming few weeks you will find its impact really. And those who are thinking only for economy, they are living in darkness. All political leaders of this world, they don't understand what nonsense they are doing. They don't understand anything. So I would simply say, don't think you'll get benefit of hospital if you get COVID. There's a shortage of doctors, there's a shortage of nurses all over the world. And we too, our doctors, those who are working in government, they are much better than those working in private sectors. Because at least government people are doing public. Though there is a brush, maybe facilities absence, yes, absent, but yet they are doing their job. So COVID-19 is telling us who's right, who's wrong. Everybody cannot pay money to these hospitals. So we have to be careful. You can say it is a phrase, prevention is better than cure. मतलब ये होता है इलाज कर लीजिए, करने से पहले आप उसकी रक्षा कर लीजिए, अच्छा होता है। थोड़ा बताने के लिए आपको हम भारत में बात कर रहे थे। प्रिवेंशन इज बेटर देन क्योर, इलाज से अच्छा है उसकी पहले से देखभाल कर ली जाए। इसलिए यू कैन डू इट नाउ, डोंट टेक इट इजी, नो प्राइम मिनिस्टर शैल हेल्प यू, नो पॉलिटिशियन शैल हेल्प यू, दिस इज ऑल्सो फैक्ट ऑफ लाइफ एंड नो अदर कंट्री शैल हेल्प यू। डू नॉट डिपेंड अपॉन हेल्प ऑफ अदर्स. Everybody got interest, self-interest. This is problem happening all over the world. So every country is in its problem. There are lockdowns, then open, then again lockdown. Melbourne, UP of our country, many other parts of the world, and it's moving and moving and moving. And I close it now. COVID-19 issue. I come on to management issue and other issues as usual. This is important once I take it down. So now it's management. I say project management. As usual, we talk of this is very important to continue. I don't want to give more time to Kavir because repeating same thing doesn't make anything. Let me remove my mask so that indicatively, it does not require yet I do it, just to encourage people, not myself, encourage people, because after all, some people understand by signals, some by signs, and some are foolish, can understand nothing by whatever means you tell them. Good morning, Mr. Raju, welcome. And I can say, some people are there who are serious, some are there who are not serious. Can you do? Life moves and moves and moves. If you are not serious, you are not taking anything from me. You are losing your own. Your family will suffer, everybody will suffer. I can't help it. What to do then? So now engineering management, I say it's engineering management here. Organization on human thinking. Human thinking is also here. This is very important for men's thinking, and organization and management, engineering management. And then I'll say after this also total systems quality, all soil engineering, and then after that FIDIC will take. This is sequence, FIDIC, and we'll take this one. So like that it is. So my dear, life is full of struggle. We know that. Life is full of struggle every time, every day. Morning till evening. You get up in the morning, you find struggle, you start with struggle. Struggle is part of life, and without struggle, life cannot work. Struggle starts when you join this world. From that time it starts, and it continues forever. When I talk of organization or management, I just do not want to confine myself to my profession. Yes, that's the important point, but that is not exclusively important point, because my profession is also directly linked to others. My profession is not independent, because many people are involved in my profession. No one is independent in this profession. Yes, we know about this profession independently, but when work is done, it's not by one person. Hundreds and thousands of hands and minds join together. Resources are joined together. Machines are joined together. Of course, material, other information, technology, and management of different disciplines like safety, like quality, like planning, estimation, tendering, all that. As I said many times, there are various stages. We keep in mind, let us, as I told you last that starting from budget studies, feasibility studies, and then jumping on to investigations and surveys. It may be ground survey, geological survey, it may be geographical survey, it may be tectonic survey, it may be bathymetric survey. These are all various kinds of surveys we conduct in management. That's called organization. Total, actually, this is okay. Budget is one part, when you have to take funds from government or from whoever promoter is. You have to provide fund. Indicative funding means no project can complete in 6 months or 5 or 1 year. Our timings are too long. This may be a couple of years planning, in fact. So I say, let us say budgetary planning starts, which is just for indicative purpose. We can say we'll take this, we allot this budget, and that budget is just informative. It's not exactly, because value of that budget doesn't mean anything. Suppose we today say this is X value, and after 5 years what shall be value of that? After 5 years this should be value. Today what should be? That's most important point we should keep in mind. So then we say which land we need, where is location, then we find location also. Particularly on bigger projects, I'm not talking of cities, I'm talking of industrial projects. Cities is something a residential city, or this is township, or you can say this is a district center, or this may be your district, or is a commercial area. Means you can say that's civil, it is normal. I'm not confining myself to civil only, public only. I'm confined to industry, which is the backbone of every country. Industry is available everywhere in the world, and actually economy moves because of industry, because of production, not because of just you can say residences and all that. Residences are results of the industries, because if there is no production, there is no income. You cannot do residences, you cannot get residences. If you have income, you have saving only, then you can have a house. So house, all that is like, okay, fine, it's part of profession, but secondly, first is how to make money, how to raise standards. And you need industrial projects for that. Industrialization is requirement, basically it's required for every country. Without industry, without factory, without production, all that, nobody can know, means it's requirement. So industry doesn't mean only, there are hundreds of kinds. I'm talking of something very big, that is fundamental industry, you can say, which is not a productive, byproductive, but which is original, like oil industry, oil exploration industry, oil refining industry, oil byproduct use industry. Now various industries are there. Chemical industry, oils are of chemicals, Then chemical production industry, all these byproducts of oil, these produce chemicals like ethane, methane, propane, butane, all these gases and many more gases, and LPG and LNG and all that. But basically crude oil is taken is offshore, from offshore platform, from ships or elsewhere. This oil is sluggish, is this you can say. It's pumped out by various means from rock bottom of sea. You can say sea bottom is pumped out. It's pumped out, let us say, from 4 or 5 or 10 kilometers below, pumped out through ship offshore or through some other platform, and we extract this only through piping, and then this is conveyed to onshore. That means what is offshore and what's onshore. For that you have to understand what is offshore. Offshore means where exploration of oil is, and exploration means taking oil, bailing out oil from below sea, and then this oil is taken up through various piping system and goes to shore, onshore. Onshore means where this has to be processed further. This crude oil requires to be processed further, and that's called onshore area. Onshore means offshore, and to you can say continental portion, that is called distance of travel for slug. So we collect slug at those points, and then it goes to refinery circuit, refinery process, and we get our refined petroleum products, diesel, petrol, or whatever we get, and also gas. LPG gas is also one of that, LNG gas, and many more byproducts. Of course, we get, like we can say, we crack, we get ethane, methane, propane, butane, and many more gases. I don't exactly remember now. So hydrocarbons are these hydrocarbon products we get from sea, and there are millions and millions of cubic meter or cubic barrels. These are, as oil OPEC countries, even America is involved in that, was involved in that recently. America is not OPEC, but they also got oil, and the oil is available everywhere. Somewhere it's in reserve form, somewhere it's only indicated form. And what I'm saying is that that's industry which we take money, we can take materials from nature, and this is what you call fossil fuels. It is called. People may not be knowing about that. Yes, people may be knowing, but not all. I can say all may not be knowing about fossil fuel. And this fossil fuel means there are billions, millions of creatures living in waters and living in earth. There are trillions living on earth. These creatures in water, they also die their natural death, in by whatever means, and their bodies are decomposed. And their bones, their bodies are converted to fossils. You might have heard what is fossil. Means decomposed body results into only bones or footprints of bones, and that bones actually refer to fossils. So fossil fuel, we say, means fossils convert itself through water, through carbon, to petroleum products, crude petroleum product. That's point, and people should understand from where get this. That's why I always say to these countries, do not boost yourself. You are just drawing, you are just exploring this material from sea. You are not producing yourself, and you are just refining and selling it to world. That's what's done. It's industry. I understand this industry, and these products after being sold, after being separated, are also residuals, and we call them byproducts, byproducts, and like various gases forms, that is cracking, that is you can say various gases that are cracked, methane, ethane, protein, butane, like that, and we get particularly methane gas, ethane gas, propane gas, propane, generally a form of, you can say, your LPG cylinder like that is propane, and you may get these gases for further production of what you are using nowadays, calling this is abusive material, this is plastic, this against, yes, that's right, it's against environment, but we are making use of that byproduct which will be thrown back otherwise to sea. So we, these scientists, engineers, converted that material known as plastics or polyethylene, you can say, we call PE, polyethylene material. Whatever plastics you are getting in market, these are nothing but polyethylene form, one form other. And there are various grades of polyethylene like light duty polyethylene, LDP we call it, medium duty polyethylene, MDP we call it, and heavy duty polyethylene. High density, you can say high density, low density, high density, medium density. This is density actually means denseness, means weight of that, lightweight, medium weight, heavy weight. So this plastic actually is final result of that, which is of course not, you can say, not degradable. It cannot be recycled, but is being used all over the world. It has been being used. Yes, for those materials which are going for permanent use, maybe this plastic better for them. But when it can't be used, we have to throw that. And when throw that, because pollution. So we understand this is natural or non-natural. This is management we do, organize means they are not organizing it perfectly, means we cannot end it. We cannot throw it in such a way that it ends. We don't have that technology yet that we can finish plastics. Even if you excavate and dig, it's the best way is to dig somewhere, excavate somewhere, and bury this there. So it will take even many centuries to decompose it there itself, even soil form. So it comes from soil, it comes from waters, it comes from sea. There it's generated, and even that it's not decomposed in hundreds of years. So that's what management is saying, organization. All such processes results are organization's results. It's not, imaginary, these are practically, I'm explaining to you what happens. So we extract petrochemicals, we extract other dry materials like, China, big country in this sense that they have heavy earth. I don't know whether you know about heavy earth or no. Heavy earth is very strong material. This is very expensive material, and China has got a lot of it. A lot of resources of earth. This is used in weaponry system. This is used in your big weaponry systems and in many other applications of much use. This name is earth, but it's a heavy earth. Like, in nuclear bomb or nuclear reactor somewhere, in chain reaction of uranium U-234, enriched uranium, you reach and enrich, and then it's called chain reaction, and further it's called fission, nuclear fission. That one is based on what? That one is based on heavy water. Heavy water used there, so heavy earth used for, sometimes for bombing is used, sometimes for weaponry system is used, sometimes various fighters is used. So it's very expensive, very useful, and some very strong batteries also it is used. This is very strong, and unfortunately you can say it's only big quantity, you can say big scope or big reservoir of this is available in China, and where America is under compulsion to deal with that country. There are so many secrets that public do not know. There's so much such in South China Sea. Why they are fighting for that? America has nothing to do with South China Sea, but still it's interested in that. Like eagle eyes, it knows what's there. There's huge wealth hidden below in that sea. We call it South China Sea. It's too much big, too many, too much oil there in that. Many resources are there. So where is there is money, you'll find America want to enter there. America or Russia want to enter there, wants to enter there to rob that, to loot that. Wherever there's oil, they entered there directly or indirectly. In Libya they are trying to. Libya is also a very big country, but oil is too much. America and Russia always involved in that before too and now too. Though it is broken into two, not officially, but there are two parts, east and west, and you can say one part is Benghazi controlled, another part is Tripoli controlled. It is one Libya was Gaddafi controlled, but Gaddafi was killed by America in 2011. Since then there is no problem, but there is a big oil, lot of oil. Wherever there is wealth, you will find eyes of these robbing countries. They are always. They will go to whatever extent they want to go. This is their international management, you can say international process organization. They want to grab where is the wealth. That's why they are superpower. That's why they are called themselves this, because they want to accumulate wealth to themselves. They don't want to give wealth to those who actually has one. You may call it something, but fact remains that where there is something, some food, flies come there, where there is honey, what they call it, makhiyan, shed something, means there's some phrase of that. I don't actually know in Hindi. So when I am talking of management, it's not simply a civil engineering management talking general management, general organization. Now how you manage, how you think, how you devise, how you make that circuit, how you make that train, so that you get result. It's train, we call trains, process trains. Why do you call them trains? There must be some reason behind that. You have to think yourself. Why we call train? There are many trains in any big plant, big facility. You see, when you work on that, but you will find this is train number one, this is train that, this is train this. What actually that train is? That's not that train they were traveling by. It's train but different train. It's not traveling journey train. It's train of equipment, train of processing plant means there are many machines available in one row, depending on process, chemical process or process of that. This machine, then the other machine. Then we used to study in chemistry all that before schoolings. That this is process of this. You say this goes to that goes to this, and after that here we close this and we get this in. So that is also called circuit, you may say. So chemical, you can say chemical circuit, we used to call it, say chemical, chemical diagram you could call it, process diagram. So there are processes, then whole process passes through the 5 machines, 6 machines, or 10 machines, I don't know, it depends on that unity raw of connecting all these machines from original product to final one. That's called process train. Process is complete. So I am talking about that train. Don't confuse it with this train of journey. Train to travel. This is travel of process making, processing itself, and whatever that is called technological application, you can say. This processing is nothing but technological licensed application. Science is given by someone, then chemical design is done, and then they say this technology, that's called technology actually. How to convert something, how to extract out something, explore something from original product, and that's what it is, means to get some useful product, industrial product, which can be sold, exported, or used in industry, and that's what we say comes through this exploration process onshore, we call it. For particularly oil projects called onshore, but for others it's not necessary. Every product is not extracted from, see, we have so much like coal, like aluminum, and you can say gold and diamond, and many other, uranium, thorium, all that. These are not necessarily extracted from sea bottom or ocean bottom. These are somewhere else. So organization is not limited to on this. You have to understand this point also. Being a civil engineer, I'm more interested in geology. I'm more interested in soil, because that is field, original field. If I don't understand soil, I'm not saying I'm master of that, but at least I should understand what's the name of it. Just like they say, I should know your name. Your face is not enough. I know your name, or what is your address. So that is what I'm saying. I should know name of subject. I should know what the subject is, what contents does it have. That's very important to know. And this is where science works and engineering works. If you don't understand this, it means we want to keep ourselves off. Okay, in our field, education syllabus is fine. That syllabus we are supposed to know. But it's not that only you want to know that. You can know whatever you want to know, where you can move yourself without any support or guide or professor. You can move yourself because I'm educated, engineers are educated, minds are developed, so they can read whatever is written in their own language. They can understand as far as theory is concerned. Yes, when there is application of sciences or application of, you can say, formula come or equations come or something else come, which we learn in that subject, that we cannot move there, but at least we can understand various terms, various processes. And that's very important where mind applies. Mind can tell us what you are reading is this and that, or even if it's self-explanatory, there are so many things. Everywhere formula or our analysis that don't apply, means analysis, what we analyze in our structures is something very different from all these analysis. If you are going to extract some chemical from earth, in dry area or ground, you can say non-sea area, then it doesn't mean you don't need differential equation there, you don't need integrous calculus or differential calculus there. You need common sense and some theory or some background, what this material is, what's this chemical formula, how it works, what is left hand side and right hand side, how we can study the chemical answer to that, the solution is that, and what processes involve that. That's enough for us to understand. That's enough for us to know what is that means. Yeah, I think that's enough. If you want to go move further, that's fine. There's no problem to that. We can move further. We can go more for us to understand. That's enough for us to know. Want to go move further, that's fine. There's no problem to that. We can move further. We can go more and more. Then it depends on how much interest you take. And nobody can stop. In fact, no one can stop you from studying that one yourself, myself, and I usually do that because no meaning to waste your time. Remember one more point: in time, in organization, in movement, in goal achievement. Achievement is something other than saying is time is with you. You have to value time yourself. Everybody has some value of time yourself, and if you don't value time yourself, time will not value you. Remember, again I'm showing you for some those who might not understand this is what I'm talking of. And time, as in our management study we say quality, cost, time. We also take time there. So time is natural. Time of your life is also fixed. Maybe you are not aware of that, but time for everybody is fixed. We are not therefore unlimited time. We have fixed duty of this world, fixed time of this world. It's like an assignment you consider. We have to consider our lifespan as an assignment. Just like sometimes you sign employment contract somewhere, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, or unlimited. We sign various contracts in employment. When you get some employment, or we are recruited somewhere by some organization, we said this job is for 2 years currently or 1 year currently. We will renew this contract in 1 year if we feel that you are best suited for that. So time is, I may say, time is like money. Like money. I'm not saying money, like money. Because losing of time is very easy. It's very easy. I also lost time many times in my life. I can't say that I'm very good in that. I'm one of you. Losing time is very, very easy. We go to films and for entertainment, you say entertainment is necessary, okay, fine. We go to attend marriages, We go to attend birthday parties, we go to see our friends, our relatives, all we do, and we say we are social. Yes, it's very important to be social. Indeed, I can't defy this fact. Everybody is social, everybody requires to be. We call it, but at that time we don't understand one part. This is very common. You have to see someone, okay, fine, but at what cost? How can you adjust that time? That's also important. Or you are so free that you don't have any utilization of your life. Life moves in two ways. Either you be a part of crowd, or you be separate, or you be an independent, isolated person. You might have seen all those scientists, all those scholars who achieved something in their life, who attained something in their lifetime. They never enjoyed society that level you are enjoying. Yes, they were part of society. They also, involved with that. But sometimes only, rarely. I have not seen any such scholar that who was very much I have seen those people, first of all, they are devoid of family. That is first requirement, divide of family means. And those who are with family means they could not achieve what should have been done. Time is yours, first of all. Your time is not for others, even for your wife or your kids. Fact is that. You may not like my statement, but I talk to many people. I say, tell me what you have done. Some doctors, they are very post-graduate doctors. They have families, of course, they have kids. They are much worried about kids, and they are much worried about the families, and they are worried. They are every worry that a common person gets. Everybody. Means they are all interested in their common living. Alright, that's fine. That's your fundamental right. That's your birthright, social right. But I ask my friends sometimes, means you will leave this world one day. The society gave you opportunity to study at public cost, and then further public cost, and you became a doctor. Doctor, senior doctor, after hard work of studies, and then you were inclined to join some job, and you got job, whether or not in government or private, you got job, you are living, and you have grown old, you are near retiring. You have done a lot, thousands of operations, and you have also supported your family, and now you are at time when at a line, silver line, where your family is grown up and you are still supporting everybody. That's fact. Means you are only one aim, that I should earn money for them, my daughters, my son, or my wife, or my relatives. That's your ambition. But that is everybody's ambition. There's nothing new in that. You have to bring up your family. First you generated family without thinking how much it costs. See, take this point very seriously. I'm talking of. It's not easy. Family generation everybody does. How to expand family, how to marry, how to expand family, and how to bring them up. Do you think this is only destiny in life? If I ask this question to 100 people, 99 people would say yes. That is destiny. Or what life is. Right? This is their point of view. This is point of view of 99% people. Maybe you find by mistake one person out of 100 who might be same, but due to some reason that person could not do general life, and that person is isolated from society virtually. Because that person either is considered unsound mind, or that person is considered psychic, or not practical one, you can say. They generally call this person is not practical. Alright, person is not practical, but is that a person? No question is that. Is that person human or no? and you too are human. My question to every such person who says that I am practical, so I ask my friend, tell me what special you have done in your life. You are a postgraduate doctor, you have so much experience, 40 years, 45 years. Okay, your family credit is different, I'm not talking about credit. What did you achieve in your life? So answer is that I have government job or this job, I am doing practice, and that's all. This is achievement. So this means your achievement is only for yourself. Did you write any book? No, I did not write a book. Generally you find doctors not interested in writing. Because they are not good in writing. It is their profession like that. Means so a lot of time, you cannot say they don't write. They have time. I can't accept that serving doctor has no time. If somebody says that, means I don't trust that statement. I mean, you are boosting only. You are boosting only. Well, you have time for every other activity of life. I'm not blaming someone, remember. I ask one question, one day you shall die. Everybody has to. What you are leaving behind, other than your family and your property, what you are leaving behind for world. Because first you are part of world, then you are part of your nation, and then you are part of your family. You are part of world because you came to world. You did not come to your country, you came to world. This mindset should come to you, that you are first a world citizen, then you are citizen of your country. World is real. Earth is real. Your country is not real. Your country is a demarcation only. Forced demarcation. Otherwise, there is only one country, and that's called world, Prithvi. There is no other country. But because we are human beings, like dogs, they constitute their kingdom in every area. This is millions of kingdoms dogs have. And they don't allow a foreign country dog to there. I think this is foreign country for every dog. Just like we are. We are bigger dogs. We are dogs, more than 200 dogs on earth. Means more than 200 countries on earth. I am super dog, I am poor dog, I am middle dog, I am this category dog, I am that category. All are dogs. What's the difference? What dog searches for? Food. What dog searches for? Something to eat, something to live, because dog has only one ambition, how my food for today. Otherwise, dog doesn't use clothes and house. Everywhere they can make house. House is a big problem. So house is not a problem for a dog, and clothing is not a problem for dog. Car is not a problem for dog. It doesn't need car or doesn't need scooter. Means only one problem for food. And we are human dogs. You can say we are human dogs. 8 billion human dogs we are living on earth. So there is no much difference in conduct of dogs and human. I am just giving an example of dog. There can be anybody else. Somebody else, some other you can say. Dog means, why I am using dog? Because dog has sixth sense, like many other creatures do have. Dog has sixth sense. That is specific condition for a dog, that's specific conditions. How many senses do we have? Just think of, evaluate how many conditions we have. We have many senses. We have natural senses, that's okay. We have mind sense, nose sense, mouth sense, eye sense, feeling sense, life sense, society sense, every sense we have. Conscious. Heart, we call heart but conscious. Conscious and mind. Two major senses we have. One is mind and one is conscious, we generally call heart. So heart is something else. But we resemble like that. Means our conscious means our strength of soul, the strength of spirit, which soul spirit means the strength of soul. We have that. But how many people realize that? How many people analyze that? We have hundreds and thousands of fake gurus, I don't believe them. Everybody has to understand itself. We are people, we are human beings, and we have to decide always between what mind says and what my conscience says, or my Atma says, you can say, my heart says, as we generally use that word. How many people submit to voice of heart or voice of conscience, and how many people do not? That's where we can bifurcate people. If you want to listen to your conscience, you are defined, you are nominated as practical person. And if you submit to your mental state, you are oh no, it's not practical. It's not practical. This person is not practical. Because when you use your conscience, you won't cross-question someone. You will say, yes, you are right, you are right. If that person asks you three things, and three are even contradictory to each other, you will say yes, yes, and yes. So you are a person who accepts everything, right or wrong, and where you are, you are right person to act that. That's where you are useful for them. What they say, come on, let's celebrate something. And you say, okay, I'm coming to celebrate that. What for you are celebrating? Oh, today I got this. We celebrate. Alright? What is celebrating? Are you calling for food? You are calling for something? No, we celebrate drinks, whiskey. This is celebration. Yes? Means I'll give you something to eat and drink and enjoy and dance. This is practicality of life. Or you could go to something bad, that's also practicality of life. But if somebody says, come on, we want to discuss some topic for this country or for this world, that person stops thinking what you're talking of. What? You want to talk about issues, national issues, with me? You think I know that? You don't know me then. You will find 1% people only in whatever country who think for country. Because thinking for country or thinking for world is not normal. It's not normal. Even during our history, you can say Ramayana history, Mahabharata, if you call that history, I'm just giving a reference, I'm not saying history, no history, but even that time when God himself came down, he was reincarnated on earth, people did not understand him. See, even then people did not think for nation. So we are today no different. Those who are sitting in power to think that they are also not thinking, they are thinking only for themselves. It may be president, it may be prime minister of any country, whatever country. They are not thinking of the country. They are thinking how to survive seat. There are people. Evidences are there. If they think for country, they think for nation, they world, there is no problem in world. But no, nobody thinks so. And they arouse people also sentimentally. All such top people arouse sentiments of people so that they can exploit them. They can exchange sentiments for their seats. Public is public. It is not mind used. Public does not use mind. Public use emotion. Because they are practical. They are 99%. And 1% are called fools. Those are intelligence. Those who are intelligent. So how can you then say we can organize this country? I think no one can organize this country. I'm not talking my country, I'm talking for all. Mentality is same. I used to think sometime before when I was young. And not only I, all people of my age used to think, oh, what? US says that, US says this, England is that, England is this. Oh, Paris, there are roads of glasses. You used to think like that. And you believed. You know, when you can't see something, practically I am speaking, professionally, if you can't see something, you imagine that. Imagine. So you used to imagine. When you can't reach a mountain, you see from distance, oh, this mountain is very beautiful. This scenery is very beautiful. When you see from plane, oh, see, here, seen, this city is very beautiful. See how, what's its lighting at night. Super beautiful. Fine. But when you land there, you will find same, no difference. Oh, this was my city, is right, look, same city. This airport, this is road, this is footpath, this is, and everything the same, nothing, no difference, same building, same thing. You will find similarity everywhere, except some facilities can be different, that's all. Otherwise it's same, somewhere is right driving, somewhere is left driving. What's the difference? No difference. You are driving only. So until you jump into problem, you read each and every part of problem. What I mean to say, if you analyze what problem is, you can't understand questions. If you want to really understand question, you have to jump into issue. You have to enter there just to find what's problem. When I talk to those doctors, my friend, he says, I tell them clearly, frankly, Dr. Saab, you have wasted your time. But now you are doing right now? Oh, I don't think so. I'm not used to that. Sleeping is better than writing book for them. I want to sleep, I'm very tired. Okay, Saab, go and sleep. Very tired. You did lot of work on day. You have treated patients. You are tired. Sleep. It's habit now. It's up to you what type of habit you adopt. It's your decision. How do you lead your life? It's your decision. If you are happy just living, okay, you are professional, businessman or whatever you are money oriented, fine. You are using your knowledge for making money, whatever money comes to you. That's one part of life. And I'm not saying that money is useful every time. Money is very important factor of life, because without money you cannot exist. But there is another part of life, because when I leave this world, whatever I could understand here, that understanding, whether it is right or it's wrong, it should be transmitted somewhere. Otherwise it will be over. If somebody worked hard for many years for people of world, and his learning is missed somewhere, it's not on record, why we suffer? Because we don't have records. So records, documentation is very important sometimes. Very important sometimes. But people do not understand this point. People do not understand this point. What reason is there, I can't say. Reason is that everybody is busy in life. Everybody is busy in life. And that is your responsibility. Nobody says don't do that. But one should have balance in life. Yes, you consider that your family is your responsibility. But don't forget, you have some other responsibility also. That you are a member of God's family too. This is your family, right? You got some family through your father. You got birth, then you gave birth to someone else. But you are also born somewhere. Somebody gave you birth from top, from skies. So that is super father for everybody. Super father or mother, super parent, you can say. You have also some responsibility to that. Where is that part of responsibility? That part is missing actually. That part is missing. And that part must be found out where it is. And that part is there where people don't want to enter. Human has become selfish actually. It's called selfish. My family is myself. It's my family means I say I'm selfish. Because that is only my family. No, this is not your family. This is one of your family. Your family is also other. Your profession is your family. Your, your office is your family. You people who are working with you, they are your family. Society in which you are living, that's your family. Nation in which you are living is your family. Whole world is your family. Sometimes they have dogs, cats, people in what they have, and they bring them up. Why? Because there are some relations in them. Maybe I don't know that they have some relation, and they develop friendship with them. There could be missing civil societies. That's why they adopt them. Means you need somebody with you, and that somebody is that's not part of family, yet they do it. This means if those people who are not our part of siblings or our blood, they too are family. This point is rarely understood. Just like you have to be comprehensive actually. You have to understand that some relation to someone is generally true, it's not untrue. When I go to some job, you go to some job in this country or some other country, where you go, you will find many people around you. You will work with them, they will work with you. You think it's normal? It's just by chance? No, it's not by chance. Sometimes you get supporting you. Some people who support you, though irrespective of your knowledge, irrespective of your friendship, irrespective of nationality, people work with you. No question of nationality there, no question of citizenry there. People work there. And if people of different nationality, different culture, different religion, different caste, they can work together like a friend, like friendship, like family. They behave as if they are from same family because they work in one company or one organization. So they feel belongingness. They feel they belong to that one, though it may be only for a couple of years or until that person walks in that company. And even after that, sometimes they follow up. After departing from they follow. You think it's just joke or it's just by chance. No, it's not by chance. There is something from behind. Something from behind that you will meet there at that point. Then you'll go there and that you will meet with these people again, more people again. But those people with whom you worked past, they are not forgotten. What is that? That is called relationship. Not body relationship. Relationship from behind. This way, we have relations. Sometimes you stay in your family for 50 years with your husband and wife. They don't understand each other. But you can understand those because you are not linked to them physically. You are linked to them mentally, by conscience, by soul. That is the difference. Your friends are more reliable than your family, your relatives. It happens. Because it is social organization. And organizations are never perfect, I would say. How many people are successful in their family lives? I say 90% people are failure. 90% people just they live together for sake of society or for sake of their children or for some other respect, or dignity, ego, my reputation. Alright, society moves on, it should move on. But happiness should also come. Pleasure should come. Real one, not by showpiece. If I am going to attend parties, so I have to show we are together. Not that one. Real one. And that misses everywhere. You may be billionaire. It doesn't matter. What I do, you are billionaire. You did not earn this money by hard work. Everybody knows richest are never workers. They never work. They get money by money. Money makes money, not their one. They just do that. how do you earn money? Issue is not that. Issue is not that. Issue is how you organize. How do you manage? That is an issue here. If you don't feel happy by your work, I say there is some defect. Either you are not in job which you like, or you don't want to work. But remember, you have to, or leave job, better. Because you need money, you have to decide you need money or you need job or you need happiness. Happiness should come to you if you work. This is psychological treatment, this is psychological, medicine. If you work, in whatever work you do, whatever profession you are, whatever trade you have, whatever skill you have, if you really work, you should be happy. You should be charming. You should be confident. But this generally is missed, which leads to depression, which leads to, oh, I am stressed. Why are you stressed? If you have worked 10 hours without any gap, you should feel happy. But why are you stressed? Oh, what? I am stressed. You can't be stressed. You can't be if you have worked. But because you didn't work to work, we are not happy with your work. You are not suitable for that participants. But you are working because you needed that job. That's why you are working. Sometimes I shift automatically to something else I don't want, but it happens. I was talking about organizational management, civil engineering, and I jumped to somewhere else, psychological world. But this is required, remember. I am saying I have shifted, but in fact I have not shifted. I have shifted my thoughts only because I had to deal with persons, I had to deal with people, I had to deal with workers of all classes. I had to deal with staff, I had to deal with my seniors, I had to deal with myself, I had to deal with others. And that dealing is very important. As a person, as an officer, as an engineer, as a professional, it's my duty to understand people. If they stay for me for a couple of years, and if I don't understand them, they don't understand me, believe me, we cannot work together. Either I have to skip from there or they have to skip from there. Something should happen like that. When people leave job, this generally happens that they try to find their colleagues for new job and they again gather together. Then they again move somewhere else. A kind of temporary teams are available and they like only their preferable friends again come to join and the job. Reason? Because they understand each other. They don't want to take headache in new job for new people. But that is also wrong. Why you are limiting yourself to some people? Those people were your friends, okay. They were colleagues, okay. But new people are also coming. They may be your friends, they may be your colleagues. Why don't you try to find more from them? Why do you want to rely upon that stock which has gone? By chance if they come, that's fine. But why are you thinking only for them? Think for new one. What's wrong? How do you know new one will be bad or good? You can't know. This is what is job of management, job of organization. You have to establish organization for yourself. They will give some organization to you, fine, I agree with that. Even then you have to reorganize that. You have to reorganize that for ad hoc basis, okay, I get this staff, let them work. But you have to understand each other. I don't say sit down and talk to each other, no. Keep working. Gradually, within weeks, you can understand each other by mutual talks, by, you can say, chatting, meeting in the evening or sometime, or meeting sometime in some, you can say, spare hours, talking to each other, understanding each other. It is psychological analysis. Means you have to, if suppose they are not suitable for you, you can make them suitable for you. It can be done. Provided you are interested in the job first of all, and you create interest in some other people. This point is very important. You have to set them right. If you are a real leader, if you are not leader, then you have to also follow someone. You don't have your own objectives, your scope of your professional field, and you have to accept what others give you. But when you are in better position, or you have a possibility to make people for yourself, then you have to chat with all, whoever you think can be yours. You can be suitable for your trust. Confidence building is very important. Trust, confidence building, I say, it should be that one. And if he can't do that even, then how shall you organize your profession? I cannot say. If you can't organize a person, if you can't talk to a person one by one, you can't understand them. There will be many who shall come and appreciate you, and you will just every time coming and saluting you, but the result of work is zero. Those persons are also available. But I don't trust such persons, because first of all, it's duty you have to do. Until you have your own team means not past team, new team. Until you adopt yourself or they adopt you, you can't move practically. Because you are not just writing something inside, you are doing job. You are doing job using material, using equipment, and using people. You are working for some project. And that is product that costs, that is a product manufacturing unit, or it is construction site. Your credit shall come because of that. And there is no person in management that will teach you what you have to do. You have to teach yourself, because responsibility of work lies on your shoulders. If you are in that seat of representation, then you have to make sure that you are bound to use those people who work for company on your site. How to take work from them, how to use them is part of your duty. It's your job. How to get it done? I'm not saying those people are there already, they are deficient. I'm not saying that. They are not efficient. They are not efficient, and I am not efficient. This is not right answer. They are there for job, you are there for job. But team building is important. That team building, team constitution, team composition, and team capability, those should be done together. And that can be done only by talking in person, or talking sometimes for 10-15 minutes when you are free, chatting with them and knowing about their levels, their competency, consistency, and on top of that, commitment, trust, reliability. Some people are very intelligent, they have many degrees with them, but they are arrogant, boasting a lot. I can do this, I can do this. And there are other people also who always try to do job and never claim anything. See, job requires your commitment, job requires your dedication, job requires your honesty, job requires, result orientation character. It doesn't relate to what money you are getting, what salary you are getting, that is different issue. Because salary depends on when you are appointed, what was your conference with them, how much you could impress your interviewer. That is at that point that you are bound to accept. Yes, initial career, initial 1 year or whatever positions are there today. Is it all this? Which considering all that does not make you a professional. That's only for purpose of appointment. Appointment is a start. Appointment is not a result. You are appointed with an expectation, or if you are appointing someone with an expectation that candidate, that appointee is reliable or shall prove to be reliable. Now it's up to you how we do that. And it is also true that you should know how to handle others. And if you don't understand how to handle others, which people call diplomacy, I don't call diplomacy, I call it intellect, and intelligence. Your intelligence, my intelligence, others' intelligence, this must be taken into our calculations. So to find answer of your staff or even everybody to what you are. Well, management actually has no boundaries, to be very frank. This organization is boundaryless. One has to define itself. For job, it's okay. For purpose of reflection of job, reflection of job, it's fine. That is for purpose of contract. Because for contract also they pay in EPC. Point is that understand how to understand others, how to understand everything. That's important. Your education level, this works for your support. This does not work fundamentally. Yes, you use your mind everywhere. Your mind shall help you, and you have to find time then for every other activity. Uh, Now, coming out of this unlimited subject of professional management, engineering management, I am so much concerned, much more concerned about quality. Quality in society, quality areas. Some people join MBA to become managers. Free to join. After this, when I say quality is important for me, it raises many questions, many questions. Because what I think, I'm not finding that anywhere. Not only in our profession, in all professions. Talks and talks. Salesmanship, you can call it. Salesmanship. People say salesmanship, I don't believe that. Means they can sell a product which is useless product. They can sell and say, I have sold it. I am best manager. Selling. I can buy a product without understanding that this is quality product. But when I use that product in a couple of days, gone. Quality is something, unknown. Quality. Paper quality is okay, definition is there, limitations are there, you have to do this and this and this. But do we do that? Whatever is written, do we forget value addition on that? There is no quality anywhere. And if there is no quality, this means product is substandard. If there is no quality, product is substandard. Why don't you make it superstandard? You should say, why should I do that? I'm paid for that. Okay, you are paid for that. I feel lovely. Go to documents, go to statements and read. But no. I know it. I know it is very dangerous answer. And I experience this lot. And other nationalities too. Not ours. Well, if you ask your people, you have to do this twice or thrice, or tell, I know. If you know, why are you not doing this? If you know, why did you miss it? Oh, I did not miss this message. Blame others. Okay, blame others. He did it, why didn't you stop him? Oh, it's not my duty. Don't say that. You are a group. No, I told him, he didn't listen. This is life in profession. They are happy to be called professional. They live in professional world, but they do not do profession. They do not do that. They only show the way of professional. Well, I will not criticize people about quality. I only object. I only find that it should be done. But how to done is a problem. There is not even a single place where I have seen quality. Maybe you say that I talk too much. I seek too much. I want too much. No, I don't want too much or seek too much. I only want to see whatever is paid to someone, that person should give that back. I mean to say, if I pay you money for something, you should do that and deliver it. That's only I want. I only want that, you should do, you have to do it, you do it. It's not simply I'm charging for that, but I'm not giving you. I don't accept that. You do it, yes, do it at least what I'm paying for. Okay, you can't give me bonus, no, don't give me bonus. We call it value engineering. If you give something in addition to that, means you are at least giving something so that I should not cry on that. But better don't give me something else. You do quality and give me proper quality. This doesn't happen. They can give you excuses. They can give you, it happened because of this, because of that. It's not my fault, it's not this and it's not that. But talking a lot on that, not giving you best product. And you think they are saving, they are not saving also. They are not saving that. Others are saving. And they give it. Well, about quality, I cannot comment much because there is no limit to that, and I'll now go back to I accept systems, systems quality or quality systems. It's a little confusion to people always, and that confusion has created one quality system. Quality system, systems quality or quality system, whatever you call it, as I said in this also, quality system means some people are so quality oriented, they think of quality only, and some don't. When I say total systems here, total systems, quality. This, when I say, this means something very big. Again, I explained many times, I explained that it's very important we have to think on this. Just let me see how weather is working so that I'll be sure if this window is open. Let me see if it can remain open, I'll close it. Humidity is not that high today, however, and I think good weather maybe. Let me see please. Sorry. When I say quality or total quality, means quality everywhere in our train. That is I am to say. As I explained train, all quality should exist in that train. Not that one machine has quality, other machine doesn't have quality. Not that, no. There are 10 machines in that train. One is excellent, one is not compatible, that one. Then system will not work. Compatible means, or you can say, interface should work. What one machine results in or delivers, other machine should accept that successfully. And what other machine does, third machine should accept that. And whole should move like that successfully till end product. If either of one or two do not work that way, or you can say some electric failure exists or some process mechanical failure exists, then they cannot reach end of that. It can never reach. So system fails. In my profession, maybe in your profession, there could be such trains. I'm not saying no. In my system there is train, though it's not seen, but there is, as I said before, budget, investigation, survey, then feed, then further design, detailing, specifications, all that bidding, etc., etc., and then management of site, planning, designing, quality, execution, this and that, this and that. This complete should move together. This should, but it does not. If it does not, means your train is derailed. Yes, it is derailed. Similarly, plants do not give efficiency because of failure. Because of failure. They do not work to required efficiency. This happens. But this is not acceptable as well. They should work to required efficiency. They should work to required efficiency. And if no, means there is something wrong. We have to find that. My concept of quality, maybe you people are not clear with, I know. But clear or no clear, you have to accept that. You can refer to your body systems. As I told, system, and this system, stomach, like etc., etc. If one part is broken, can you live comfortably? Suppose my eyes stop working. I got cataract in my eyes. I don't take up. I least bother about my cataract and eyes are gone. What shall you call them? Can you lead same life as you did before? Or my tongue stops working. Just imagine. So if something happens on there in train, shall it work that way? It won't work that way. Never. If I want to do my project, if I don't care for contents of project, drawings of project, specs of project, contacts of project, all that, I leave that behind, we'll do ourselves. We know it. And whatever was given, we don't do that, do something else. What shall be consequence? Means you had to go to this point, you have come to that point. You had to go to that, you have come here. This means you are not working, you are sleeping. You did not do according to documents. This means you did not read documents. And when you did not read documents, you did not understand anything, you can't find any mistake. There is a problem. It's up to you to decide whether you are interested in quality or not interested in quality. I can't force someone. Now I would move to general, that is general here. This is general soil, etc. I'm going to that one. I'll now it's already about 1 hour 15 minutes, and I'll take say around 1/2 hour or 1 hour in one. That is general materials, and then we'll move to FIDIC, because I can't take, if I talk about FIDIC for 4 hours or something, I get bored and you people may not have interest. So I just I make sections and we do that way in interest of video and public. I'm going to open this file of section 1 general, and we adopt together what we are doing. I think I was somewhere next page, I don't exactly, maybe 111 I go. Additional environment protection, pollution control, plant level last certificate, labor accommodation. Access to transport, access to religious, social and domestic facilities. Competence of labor accommodation management, that is plus how far out? I was somewhere hearing this, I don't remember. Food preparation areas, I think. Number, quality and location of sanitation facilities. Access to communication. Access to various school and domestic. Access to transport. Provision of for health care. Bill for fire safety. Labor accommodation. Okay, labor accommodation. That's what I think. So this is point 10 labor accommodation. Labor accommodation. I will go to labor accommodation and let me see how YouTube is working. Let us see that also. At the same time, also putting on YouTube. I don't know. So labor accommodation. I'm feeling very lost. Labor accommodation, first of all, it's given labor here. I actually don't like this word labor, but no problem, it's there. Not the word. Labor. These specifications for workers' accommodations can be accepted for implementation as long as in interest of worker provided they do not disturb labor accommodation. Requirements of decision of Minister of Labour number 17 for year 2005 on whatever other matters developed in this context. These are specifications. I am talking about specification. What we should give them, what we should not give them. It's all that. It's called labor residences, accommodation. The same thing. You can say labor residences or labor accommodation. The accommodation is much more better because it's more suitable. Quality of labor accommodation. What it should be. It said that contracted to provide space per person that meets or exceeds what's required by local legislation of 4.5 meter square per person, with each room accommodation unit 4.5 square meter per person. Let's assume means this way, on just for understanding, 4.5 meter square is how much? Do you know what's 4.5 square meter? It's like that, I say, let's say 2 meter 25 like this, 2 meter and 25 centimeters. Let us say my height and more than that. And let's say height of your door, you can say equal to that approximately. Height of your door frame, that is say height that one, and you can say 2 meters this way, height and double door there, there's double door. This is saying 4.5 meter square for one person. And that is within each room or accommodation unit. I think for purpose of bed it is okay. It says further that residential density shall not exceed. Density means how many persons are living per whatever unit of that land is. Residential density shall not exceed lower of what? Lower of, if they say it's not exceeding lower of, shall not, residential density shall not exceed that is specified by appropriate local regulation, or 4 persons per room per accommodation unit. 4 persons per room. If it's 4 persons per room means in that case the 4.5 square meter is, this means that room should be 18 square meter. 4 persons says 45, 4.5 into 4. That's 18 square meter. So if room is 18 square meter, means it is for 4 persons. That's fine. It's not bad accommodation, but it's only on papers. Well, we have seen 4.5 square meter per person. Just the direction it is not mandatory that he would do that. Contractor shall provide personal storage, space for residents' belongings, including secure storage for valuables. Means you have to provide them storage also. Storage means you can say to store some material, some item different to. For that purpose you have to give them. But otherwise it will be congested accommodation. The contractor shall provide all allowances for open spaces and pedestrian movement. Contractor shall provide allowances for open spaces and pedestrian movement, namely hard surface. Hard surface walkways means not rough walkways, means pavements or something on which they safely walk, don't slip. Hard surfaces walkways with minimum width is 0.75 meter. 0.75 meter, say about less than 1 meter, and shared communal areas. After that, where permissible under local planning guidelines, contract shall provide air conditioned communal areas such as television, games and rooms. Alright, then we go to where permissible under local planning guidelines, contractors shall provide air conditioned communal areas such as television, games, etc. It's called entertainment room, you may say. Common room, you can say jaldi ka common room means they provide some small area and put some TV there, or some games like some small games, indoor games. Also outside their camp they provide some football pitch, you can say, or some other pitch where they can play, or they can play cricket also. So it means in desert it's done, means they play football or cricket like in open areas, and indoors also they provide just that thing known as community made. So after providing these common rooms and entertainment rooms, then you can say contractors shall designate pick-up and drop-off points. Pick-up means some vehicle where you have, suppose somebody has to go to the airport, somebody has to some other port. You should leave them there and then come back from there. You may provide them pickups and drop-offs, buses, etc. in such a way to minimize walking distances. Then you can say contractor shall designate pickups and drop-off points for buses in such a way as to minimize walking distance for residents and to minimize noise and anti-noise. Alright, let's move further. Sometimes maybe you are thinking why I'm silent. Yes, you are right. Context shall configure buildings and union in such a way as to create a sense of places and community. That is very important, that community building must be there. They should feel that belong to society. Don't keep them in isolation so that they cannot think anything. They should enjoy social movement, they should enjoy radio, television, everything, and they should enjoy everything that is possible within that society, that small artificial society. Contractors shall provide tea and coffee making facilities in kitchen and mess areas and food as well, of course. There is a mess and food also there, tea and coffee. These are food refreshments. Contractors shall provide physical barriers, that's fencing and landscaping to visually screen camp and from adjacent work sites. A contractor shall provide written evidences that all local planning guidelines have been adhered to and there too means everything is complied with the provisions of law, complied regulations are complied. When designing large scale project related labor accommodation facilities, local planning guidelines indicate numbers and types of community facilities which should be provided for given population of those people who are residing in this camp. Consideration shall be given at planning stage to availability and capturing of communal facilities and spaces in surrounding areas where such facilities are not readily available, accessible. Provision of public transport to access such facilities shall be considered. Congress shall be aware of whatever changes in law relating to provisions of temporary labor accommodation or workers' accommodation. Provisions of fire safety, then provisions of health care, and then provision of access to transport and access to religious, social, and domestic facilities. And then there is access to communication, number, quality, and location of sanitary facilities, food provision areas, pest and vermin control, and such security at labor accommodation, and then social issues, and of course competence of workers accommodation management and environmental conditions of labor accommodation. And after that, health and safety of our labor accommodation. These points we discuss here in this chapter of labor accommodation. These are all social points. We can say that it is, provisions of fire safety. Let's take up provisions of before that. Before this, we have already taken. I will taken quality of labor accommodation. Now we are taking up provision of fire safety. Provision of fire safety. Contractor shall provide adequate firefighting equipment in workers' accommodation, notwithstanding other local laws and regulating requirement. Even if laws do not require, we have to fix them because of our safety or precaution. And whoever is camp boss and those living there must know how to operate them. And all relevant signage in that connection means signage, I to say, all relevant signage, notices, documentation and training related to fire safety at labor accommodation, workers' accommodation shall be provided in appropriate language based on demographics of facility. Means all languages must be there, which language speaking those people are living there. Now, provisions for healthcare. Healthcare, contractor shall retain detailed records of all medical treatment carried out on site. Records shall be retained for all instances of residents being transported for off-site medical attention. Such records shall include as minimum name, age and nationality of treated party or person and nature of complaint. These records shall be used to identify medical trends and implement proactive treatment to reduce absenteeism. Such records shall include a minimum, as I said, name, age and nationality of person or treated party and nature of complaint. These records shall be used to identify medical trends and implement proactive treatment to reduce absenteeism. So you got clear about this? What you should do? Contractor shall provide labor accommodation residents with access to a level of health care. Access to health care beyond basic first aid. Such facilities shall be readily accessible by residents, staffed by professional medical staff and have appropriate provisions and equipment. Exact specification for facility shall be determined on a case-by-case basis depending on location and proportion of safety. After that, this is very small type of discussion. Normally I am going slow on such discussion because you have to understand what I am saying, sentence of English. Contractor shall provide a facility to transfer those requiring medical attention from labor accommodation to and from appropriate off-site medical facilities free of charge and in a timely manner. The contractor shall provide medical insurance as well in accordance with labor law. Contractor provide public health training modules for induction training for all new labor accommodation residents. As a minimum, they shall address what shall address? They shall address A, B, C, D, E, F, E, and this is A. Personal hygiene. Personal hygiene. Personal hygiene and appropriate use of sanitary facilities provided, flush toilets, showers, hand washing, waste disposal facilities. B. Awareness of communicable diseases including sexually transmitted diseases, their transmission and prevention. C. Practical information regarding residents' rights and means of access to on-site and off-site medical facilities. Then you can say awareness of communication diseases including sexually transmitted diseases, their transmission prevention, practical information regarding residents' rights and means of access to on-site and off-site medical facilities, food safety and littering, safe disposal of waste and related community hygiene standards. The contractor shall provide public health awareness throughout all facets of the accommodation, which include signage in kitchen, signage in kitchen, bathroom and promoting hygiene practices. Access to transport. Wait. Contract shall provide public health awareness throughout all facets of the accommodation, and this includes signage in kitchen, bathroom, promoting hygiene process, educational videos and presentations. And now access to transport. Access to transport. Contractors shall provide access to transport free of charge to and from work sites, including backup services from work site to labor accommodation, workers accommodation for those who fail to access scheduled services. Then availability nearby for community facilities, shops and recreation areas during leisure time. Religious facilities at suitable times. Off-site medical facilities including emergency access at all times. Transport service shall be scheduled in such a way as to minimize waiting times and maximum accessibility. Contractors shall use safe modes of transport only. Practice of transporting workers in open back trucks is forbidden. Practices of transporting workers in open back truck is forbidden. You must have covered one. Access to religious, social and domestic facilities. Size and number of religious, social and domestic facilities shall be relative to and appropriate to population of labor accommodation. Contractors shall facilitate access to religious facilities for those requiring to work on Fridays. Contractors shall provide an on-site hall to facilitate religious practitioners. Then contracts shall provide adequate shaded areas to facilitate social interaction. Similarly, an appropriately sized air-conditioned communal areas shall be provided. Then we go to contractors will provide, adequate shaded areas to facilitate social interaction. Similarly, an appropriately sized air-conditioned communal area or community room or a common room and shall be provided, that is television and games room. Size and number of these facilities to be relative to and appropriate to all population of labor accommodation. Contractors shall provide preferably on-site open spaces for sports and recreation, where where space constraints are such that this is impossible. Space. Excellent. Concept provide triple on-site open spaces for sports and recreation where space constraints are such that this is impossible. Readily accessible off-site spaces shall be provided. Contract shall provide access nearby to basic domestic amenities. These shall include as minimum access to banking, money transfer services including transportation to banking or money transfer facilities. Laundry facilities. Retail outlets setting as a minimum essential item, food items, clothing, toiletries, phone, cards, stamp, etc. Communication. These services shall preferably available on or within walking distance of labor accommodation. In that case, you can say access to communication. Now, this communication facility I told before, all these four facilities, that is access to money banking and banking money system and including transportation to that position, land laundry facilities, retail outlets and communication. These services shall preferably be available on or within walking distance of workers' camp position. Now, access to communication. Contract shall provide a telephone available at all times. Though there is a mobile time now for calling and emergency services because everybody cannot be around mobile in certain areas. So we should have some because certain areas are restricted. Facilities shall be centrally located, conspicuous, and all residents shall be aware of these facilities. Whereas contract shall provide practices on that. Then you can say contract shall provide, contract shall provide telephone available in all times. So that's okay. You say contract shall provide retail, provide access thereby to following retail outlets selling mobile phone credit. That is, retail outlets should have mobile phone sale credit and postal services both inwards and outwards, and facilities for residents to receive emergency messages, whatever it is, and so family staying abroad. Number, quality, and location of sanitation facilities. Sanitation facilities. It's 6 o'clock, I think. Yeah, 6 o'clock. So only number, quality, and location of sanitation facilities. I'm not sleeping this as well. I don't know reason. All the disturbance is coming from my house. number, quality and location of sanitary facilities. Contract shall adhere to an appropriate standard for provision of toilets and showers. These facilities shall be maintained in good working condition, order, and shall be cleaned regularly. Contract shall develop and implement a waste management plan, WMP, waste management plan for workers' accommodations. This plan shall address collection, segregation, storage, transport, off-site and disposal. So recycling of waste, recycling or disposal of waste. Contract shall provide adequate sanitary means for disposal of wastewater, including sewerage from labor accommodation, workers' accommodation. Contract shall provide adequate management of surface water runoff to prevent accumulation of stagnant water and associated health risks. Contract shall provide laundry facilities, laundry areas separate from washrooms and food preparation areas. Such laundry areas shall be adequately drained. Food preparation areas. Contract shall adhere to relevant local regulations relating to food preparations facilities. In absence of such local regulations, and appropriate regional standards shall be applied. Contract shall provide adequate food preparation facilities to allow cultural sensitivities to be respected, such as separate preparation areas for meat and vegetables, and appropriate labeling and handling of food products. So cultural sensitivity means separate vegetable area, separate meat area, like that, and handling separately, and handling food products. Now, where meals are provided of residents, food offered shall be culturally appropriate based on demographics of residents. Pest and vermin control. Pest and vermin control. Okay. Pest and vermin control. Contract shall engage a pest control company to serve the accommodation. Self-closing doors fitted with fine mesh shall be installed at entrances to food premises, washrooms, living areas, and other enclosed spaces. Security at labor accommodation. Workers' contract shall provide adequate security personnel based on size, layout, and population of labor accommodation. The contract shall provide protocols, that is the code of conduct for security personnel operating at accommodation. These protocols shall clearly define nature and permitted magnitude of response to security incidents. Now, contract shall provide adequate security personnel based on size. Okay, so protocols and all that shall have. Then protocols shall clearly define nature and permitted magnitude of response to security incidents. They shall also set out circumstances under which security incidents should be handed over to police control protocols will be developed in consultation with the engineer. So protocol of accumulation is that, and they shall also set out circumstances under which security incidents should be handed over to police control. Protocols will be developed in consultation with engineer. Contractor shall ensure that all security personnel are adequately trained in protocol for security personnel. Contractor shall retain records of all security incidents arising at labor accommodation. Such records shall include as minimum names, age and the age necessarily of that person. Okay, then we go to contractor shall provide labor accommodation residences, secure facilities for stage of personal items and valuables, and manage movement of goods and personnel onto accommodation facility, and maintain adequate lighting on and around labor accommodation at all times. Therefore, after shall manage movement of goods and personnel onto accommodation facility and maintain adequate lighting on and around labor accommodation all times, therefore making it safer for residents to move around all times. And social issues arising at labor accommodation shall be addressed at regular project quality, health, safety and environment QHSE meetings. Contractor shall include an intercultural social issues are arising at labor accommodation shall be addressed at regular project quality, health, safety and environment meetings. Contract shall include intercultural understanding module as part of introduction. Time is for all new labor accommodation. So we are talking social issues means contextual intellectual understanding, intercultural understanding is a very important point as part of induction training for all new labor accommodation residents, and includes basic introduction to cultural norms and practices of other accommodation residents, explanation of native or local customs, festivals or religious ties, and its context shall enforce a ban on sale, possession and consumption of solvents, alcohol and inhalants. No sale of these. No. Conduct shall enforce a ban on sale, possession and consumption of goods. Now, contract shall enforce a ban on this, okay, for purpose of intoxication. Now, contract shall ban on sale, possession, consumption of solvents, alcohol and inhalant for purpose of intoxication on labor capsule site, and in the contextual use is best in the way of to prevent three substances from getting how it's very boring. It is not technical in this, but just the process you have to follow, and we do all that. But explanation is something else. Contract shall provide residents with contact details for relevant bodies such as consulate means embassy or high commission, NGOs, that is non-government organizations, or other relevant organizations offering social support, and a list of such local contacts shall be provided to new employees during their induction process. Though up-to-date list of contacts. Alright, we move further. An up-to-date list of contact details of this shall be provided to all known. This is update list of contact details for organizations shall also be displayed in public areas such as canteen, recreation areas. And in this, whatever instead of suicide or attempted suicide shall be investigated as a social issue to try to determine causes with a view to reducing likelihood of reoccurrence. This may include engagement of qualified medical personnel to assist in process, such as psychiatrists or psychologists. Competence of labor workers accommodation management. Let me just try to competence of workers accommodation management. Contract shall provide protocols, codes of conduct for workers accommodation management personnel. These protocols shall clearly define nature of issues and incidents which are considered within remit of workers accommodation management. They shall also include guidelines outlining the appropriate parties to whom incident should be referred to and at what stage. Protocols shall be developed in consultation with engineers. Contract shall retain records of all issues and incidents at workers' accommodation which are reported to or dealt with by workers' accommodation management. Such records shall include as minimum name, age and nationality of all those involved, including members of accommodation management team, and nature of issues or incident. These records shall be made available to labor accommodation management company. Contract shall ensure that no member of labor or worker accommodation management accepts any form of payment by way of bribery or extortion or for whatever reason. Similarly, contractor shall commit to permanently remove who are member of a labor or workers' accommodation management from accommodation if they are found to have accepted or demanded such payments. In this event, contractor shall report any such whatever offences to accept, you know, to a high standard of. If they, if it says that commit to permanently remove and member of labor accommodation management from accommodation if they are found to have accepted or demanded such payment. In this event, contractor shall report all such offences to appropriate local authorities to determine if a criminal offence has been committed. Contractor shall maintain labor accommodation facilities to a high standard and not allow them to Alright then. Let's go to contractor shall maintain labor accommodation facilities to a high standard and not allow them to fall into despair. Despair. Environment conditions at labor accommodation. Environment. Contractor shall provide engineer with copies of relevant accommodations where Hmm. Contract shall maintain labor accommodation facilities to a high standard and not allow them to fall into disrepair. Environment conditions, labor accommodation. Contract shall provide engineer and with copies of relevant environmental permits relating to construction and operations of their labor accommodation facilities. Nature of permitting requirements shall be dependent on jurisdiction of facility. Where labor accommodation is to be sited on or close to work site, industrial sites, accommodations facilities shall be located upwind. Like located upwind means on prevailing wind of site, and noise levels shall not exceed requirements of night time hours. Alright, then say, where labor accommodations to be sited, it should be upwind based on prevailing wind when it is a near industrial site and on site, and distance between camp and air discharge points. Distance between camp and air discharge point around site shall be maximized. Noise level shall not exceed requirement for nighttime hours residential areas as outlined in local laws and regulations. Accommodation area shall be separate from work site and shall not be used for whatever operation activities, that is named storage and workshop, etc. It shall not be allowed to be used as such. Where on site facilities such as sewage treatment plant, STP, are located on sites close to accommodation facilities, planning requirements in relation to buffer zero zones, etc. shall be respected and integrated into site layout. Similarly, adequate buffer zones shall be included to ensure that sleeping accommodation is not immediately adjacent to main road. Appropriate waste management, storage and disposal facilities shall be provided on site. There shall be no burning of waste on site. Similarly, there shall be no fires on site. Use of labor accommodation facilities shall be restricted to those normally residents in accommodation. Sometimes I have to be serious about this. Use of labor accommodation facilities shall be restrained to those normally residents in the accommodation. Where necessary, separate facilities in the toilet shall be provided for adjacent work sites, etc. Roads and parking areas shall be paved, or where there is impractical dust separation technique shall be used to keep dust levels down with labor accommodation. Contractor shall engage a team of personnel dedicated to cleaning communal areas around camp on a regular basis. Health and safety for labor accommodation residents. Contractor shall extend workmen compensation and employers liability insurance to cover their staff while resident in labor accommodation. Contract shall extend accident reporting requirements to include accidents occurring at off-site labor accommodation directly assisted with fulfilled projects. So this is accommodation. After that shall be engineer site facilities. We'll take tomorrow. We'll end this location here today, and we'll go to now FIDIC silver. I'm moving to FIDIC silver with this because already 629. Let's go to FIDIC silver. Whatever is this, I'm of course FIDIC silver, which I became full here. This file is a FIDIC silver. I'm open now. Opening this FIDIC silver. It's here FIDIC silver. Now I'll show you how this is FIDIC silver here, and let's say so it's FIDIC here. Silver, You have any talk with this FIDIC silver here? So I'll take up now this file, and where I was yesterday. I was yesterday on where I was. So let's see. I think one is maybe 40 to 13. Contracts equipment, production environment. I think I was on 3 somewhere. Let's see where I was. That was 30 should do. Setting out was done. Cooperation was employers personal. Which page it was? Contract. I think we are on termination. I remember. Yeah. Termination. What is that termination? Employers administration and employer. Limitation of liability. It's not right now. Law and language was done. And going back, priority of documents was done. Assignment, core, appearance, support of documents, Employer's use of context document was done, and this was also done. This was done. Confidentiality was done, and compliance with laws and joint and several liability, limitations of liability. Employer contract termination. Yes, I was here. This 115 was contract termination, and that was contract termination 115, clause 115. Subject to mandatory requirements under governing law of contract, termination of contract under whatever subclause of these conditions shall require no action of whatsoever kind by either party other than as stated in subclause. Now employer 2.1, this is clause number 2.1, right of access to site. Input of some fan. Second back. Just going to place the input of fan. I close this window as well. Okay. Employer shall give, this is a right of access to site. 2.1, right of access to site. Employer shall give contractor right of access to and possession of all parts of site within time or times stated in contract data. Right and possession may not be exclusive to contractors. If under contract, employer is required to give to contractors possession of whatever foundation, structure, plant or means of access. Employer shall do so in time and manner stated in employer's requirements. However, employer may withhold whatever such right or possession until performance security has been received. This is, though, very important clause. It does not make any difference to someone, but still is there. Important clause. Employment performance security must be given, that's right. Because until you give performance security, that time it is considered that you have not accepted the status of contractor. That's main point here. Performance bond means that you are accepting that you are contractor for that offer or that project. So let me speak again. Employer shall give contractor right of access to and possession of all parts of site within time or times stated in contract data. Right and possession may not be exclusive to contractor. If under contract, employer is required to give to contractor possession of whatever foundation, structure, plant or means of access, employer shall do so in time and manner stated in employer's requirements. However, employer may withhold whatever such right or possession until performance security has been received. If no such time is stated in contract data, employer shall give contractor right of access to and possession of site with effect from commencement date. If contractor suffers delay and oblique or incurs cost as a result of a failure by employer to give any such or whatever such right or possession within such time, contractor shall be entitled, subject to subclass 20.2 claims for payment and oblique or EOT extension of time and or payment of such cost plus profit. Thus this is compensatory clause reference. However, if and to extend that employer's failure was caused by whatever error or delay by contractor, including an error in or delay in submission of whatever of applicable contractor's documents, contractor shall not be entitled to such EOT extension of time and or cost plus profit. So in this case, it's right of contractor, but due to some reason contractor is at fault, his documents are not complete. It's not that. However, and let's combine two sentences together and lose time. It says if contractor suffers delay and or incurs cost as a result of failure by employer to give any such right or possession within such time, contractor shall be entitled, subject to subclause 20.10 claims for payment and or oblique EOT or extension of time and payment of such cost plus profit. This is power of this entitlement of contractor to claim on employer if employer delays, but otherwise reverse is also there. However, if and to extend the employer's failure was caused by whatever error or delay by contractor, including an error in or delay in submission of applicable contract documents, contract shall not be entitled to suit EOT extension of time or cost plus profit. So there are both questions there, and contractor wants access but employers delays due to some reason, and employers is ready to give access and contractor is unable to take that due to some reason. Both are there. Who is liable to whom? This clearly it. Now, under contract, employer is required to give to contractor possession of whatever foundation, structure, plant, or means of access in accordance with contract's document. Contractor shall submit such contracts documents to an employer in time and manner stated in employer's requirements. So you have to take that position of site, you have to submit your documents, and whatever is required to submit that according to the requirement of the document, you do that, otherwise you won't get that. Now this is all. Now 2.2, that's clause 2.2, assistance. Clause 2.2, assistance. If requested by contractor, employer shall promptly provide reasonable assistance to contractor. If requested by contractor, employer shall promptly provide reasonable assistance to contractor so as to allow contractor to obtain a copies of laws of country which are relevant to contract but are not readily available, and b permits, whatever permits, permissions, licenses or approvals required by laws of country, including information required to be submitted by contractor in order to obtain such permits, permissions, licenses or approvals. 1. Which contract is required to obtain under subclause 112 compliance with laws. 2. For delivery of goods, including clearance through customs. And 3. For export of country's equipment when it is removed from site. So this is assistance. Then go to 2.3, employers, personal and other contractors. This is technical matter actually. This is legal point here. I can say contract is little serious business. Labor provisions are not that serious, and this is very serious. We are going to think something. Higher thinking and contemplation is required, means how you can move this and that, how it can impact you. This is a serious issue. This impacts time, cost, both cost and time, both for both parties. So contract is serious business, and that's why it's important, and it takes time to understand such points. And also, for the information, I have told my colleagues on Structural Engineers Forum of India, that's about having 25,000 engineers on that Structural Engineers Forum of India, SCFINDIA.org. I often put links of these videos onto that site, in addition to LinkedIn and Twitter, and of course Facebook is there, and now I linked this to YouTube as well. And that Structural Engineers Forum, I put links, and I also told them if they are interested. I am talking these days on FIDIC Silver, because those people are not well experienced on contract, because contract is part of their job. It's up to them, and if somebody may read this, may listen to this later on. It's just in last sessions I have written to them, in last sessions of this video, generally about 1 hour, a little more, we'll talk of FIDIC. And if they are interested, they can go through video later, because they're not members, they're not friends on my Facebook's notices won't reach them until they get this friendship, or they can use references later on, and should not wait for 3 hours, just reach last part of around 3 hours around somewhere, and you can see FIDIC. Just for information I'm telling you, when you guys come here to see that. It's now clause, as I said, 2.3, employers, personnel and other contractors. Employers shall be responsible for ensuring that employers' personnel and employers' other contractors, if they are there on or near site, A. Cooperate with contractors' efforts. This is one instruction by employer to employer's personnel. Again I read, employers shall be responsible to ensure that employers' personnel and employers' other contractors, if they are there on or near site, A. Cooperate with contractors' efforts under subclause 4.6 cooperation, and B. Comply with same obligations which contractors are required to comply with under subparagraphs A to E of subclause 4.8 health and safety obligations, and under subclause 4.18 protection of environment. Contractor may require employer to remove or cause to be removed some person of employer's personnel or of employer's other contractors, if applicable, who is found based on reasonable evidence to have engaged in corrupt, fraudulent, collusive and coercive practices. Employers' financial arrangements. Clause 2.4, employers' financial arrangements. Very important clause. Employers' arrangements for financing employers' obligations under contract shall be detailed in contract data. If employer intends to make material change, whatever material change affecting employer's ability to pay part of contract price remaining to be paid at that time as estimated by employer to these financial arrangements, or has to do so because of changes in employer's financial situation, employer shall immediately give a notice to contractor with detailed supportive particulars. If contractor A receives an instruction to execute a variation with a price greater than 10% of contract price. If contractor A receives instruction to execute a variation with a price greater than 10% of contract price stated in contract agreement, or accumulated total of variations exceeds 30% of contract price. 30% of contract price stated in contract agreement. Contract agreement. B does not receive payment in accordance with subclause 14.7 payment, or C becomes aware of a material change in employer's financial arrangements of which contractor has not received a notice under which does not receive payment in accordance with subclass 14.7 payment, or C becomes aware of a material change in employer's financial arrangements of which contractor has not received a notice under subclause. Contractor may request, and employer shall, within 28 days after receiving this request, provide reasonable evidence that financial arrangements have been made and area being maintained which shall enable employer to pay that contractor may request employer should within 28 days after receiving request provide reasonable evidence that financial arrangements have been made and are being maintained which will enable employer to pay part of contract price remaining to be paid at that time estimated by employer. So this what says, in this there are 3 points that employers' financial arrangements. Number 1, let us repeat this very important clause because it affects credibility of employer. In a sense, you don't have money, how you can say get this work done? It's a big question mark here. Employers' financial arrangement, don't take it easily. Previously there was now this is an international rule. FIDIC is like international body, and it's very important that you have right to ask an employer, show us where is money. So again it says arrangement of finances means you should know where finances are. So it says that if employer intends to make material changes affecting employer's ability to pay part of contract price remaining to be paid at that time as estimated by employer to do financial arrangements, or has to do so because of changes in employer's financial status. Employer shall immediately give a notice to got my point. It says the contractor, if employer intends to make any material change affecting employer's ability to pay part of contract price remaining to be paid at that time as estimated by employer to these financial arrangements, or has to do so because of changes in employer's financial situation, employer shall immediately give a notice to contractor with detailed supporting particulars. If contractor receives instruction to execute certain work or variation in the price greater than 10% of contract price stated in contract agreement or accumulated total variations exceeds 30% of contract price stated in contract agreement, does not receive payment in accordance with subclause 47 because aware of material change in an employer's financial arrangements of which contractor has not received notice under subclause. Contractor may request and employer shall request an employer shall within 28 days after receiving request provide reasonable evidence that financial arrangements have been made and are being maintained. So many conditions are there, complicated conditions are there. We have gone through these conditions of payment. Now we can say that site data and items of reference, and that is 2.5. Also in this I forgot to tell you that 28 days are required for, as says condition, contractor may request and engineer may give this answer in 28 days from where this evidences from where this will arrange site data and items of reference, and this 2.5, clause 2.5 of this FIDIC. Employer shall have made available to contractor for information before base date. Employer shall have made available to contractor for information before base date of site and on subsurface hydrological climate and environmental conditions at site. Employer shall promptly make available to contractor all such data which comes into employer's domain. site data and items of reference, which is clause number 2.5. I'll go a little slow on contracts, but with complications, we have to maintain that also. Because everything is not in our hands. Understanding of contract is very important, and if you don't understand, there is no meaning of talking contract. Employer shall have made available to contractor for information before base date all relevant data in employer's possession on topography of site and on subsurface, that is geological, hydrological, climate and environmental conditions at site. Employer shall promptly make available to contractor all such data which comes into employer's possession after base date. Original survey control points, lines and level of reference, items of reference in these conditions shall be specified in employer's requirements. Employer shall have no responsibility for accuracy, sufficiency or completeness of such data and or items of reference except as stated in subclass 5.1, general design obligations. General design obligation, what's that? FIDIC is 2826, clause 26, employer supplied materials and employers equipment. Employer supplied material and employers equipment. If employer supplied materials and or employers equipment are listed in employers requirements for contractors use in execution of works, employer shall make such materials and equipment available to contractor in accordance with details, time, arrangements, rates and prices stated in employer's requirement. Contractor shall be responsible for each item of employer's requirement, employer's equipment, whilst any of contractor's personnel is operating upon it, driving it, directing it. Yeah. Alright, so what is very important one is, we say you have to provide what is required by contractor. Employer has to provide if it's in conditions of contract. So contract data, you have to comply with that. This is your job, employer now. Employer's administration, this is clause 3.1. Now we are jumping to 3. 2 is over. Administration, employer's administration. Employer's representative, who is that? Employer's representative, big gun, big cannon on project. Because the employer is not going to come self, certainly appoint some engineer, of course certainly we call employer's representative. Must be engineer because engineering project. So what does this say? Let's say employer's representative. Employer shall appoint employer's representative who, except as otherwise stated in these conditions, shall be deemed to act on employer's behalf under contract. That person shall work for contractor as an overall person, shall act on behalf of employer or represent employer under contract. Employer's representative shall be vested with, shall be authorized with, you can say vested with, and uh, employer's representative, you have to think a lot because you are responsible for project on behalf of employer. So what does it mean? It means employer's representative shall be vested with, VESTD, vested means infilled in with, infilled in with means a kind of general attorney you may say, and unless and until employer notifies him, contract or otherwise, shall be deemed to have full authority of employer under contract, except in respect of clause 15, termination by employer. Full responsibility, general power of attorney, like situation. Then we go employer's representative or if a legal entity, natural person appointed to act on his behalf shall A. carry out duties assigned to employer's representative and exercise authority delegated to that person, representative, employer representative, by employer. Delegated to him by employer, be competent to carry out those duties and exercise this authority, act as a skilled professional and be fluent in ruling language defined in sub-clause. So be fluent in ruling language defined in subclause 1.4, law and language. So act a skilled professional, so he must have all these qualities. We repeat these qualities which he should have. Employer's representative or if a legal entity, a natural person appointed to work as employer's representative on behalf of employer shall carry out duties assigned and exercise authority delegated by employer. After that, be competent to carry out duties, whatever duties, and exercise final authority. Exercise this authority as act of skill. come on to maximum point, not point, but continuation of same clause because it's descriptive one. Because one by one we have to understand each para is important here. You cannot run like bullet train here, no need. Understanding is more important than learning because we are going to deal with that in future. And you can deal only when your concept is clear. If concept is not clear, you will get your employer trapped or contractor trapped. When employer's representative is a legal entity, employer's representative shall give a notice to parties of a natural person or whatever replacement appointed and authorized to act on its behalf. Authority shall not take effect until this notice has been received by both parties. Employer's representative shall similarly give a notice of whatever revocation of such authority. Very important paragraph, understand this. Again I state, where employer's representative is a legal entity, employer's representative shall give a notice to state if employer wishes, suppose that when employer representative is a legal entity, employer's representative shall give a notice to parties of natural person. Means he himself shall give or she himself, whoever she or any replacement, whatever replacement is there, this representative appointed and authorized to act on behalf of this notice will communicate, and authority shall not take effect until notice has been received by both parties, employer and contractor. Employer's representative shall similarly give a notice of whatever revocation of such authority. And then we go to employer wishes. If employer wishes to replace a person, whatever person appointed as an employer's representative, employer shall not less than 14 days. Employer shall not less than 14 days before intended date of replacement give a notice to contractor of replacement names, name, address, and what it says, if employer wishes to replace person appointed as employer's representative, employer shall not less than 14 days before replacing previous one give a notice to contractor of replacement, name, address, duties and authority, and of date of appointment. Employer shall not replace employer's representative with a person, whether a legal entity or a natural person, against whom contractor has raised reasonable objections, whatever else. Employer shall not replace employer representative with a person, whether a legal entity or natural person, against whom contractor has raised objection, reasonable objection by a notice under this subclause. This is very important point. Employer shall not replace employer's representative with a person, whether a legal entity or a natural person, against whom contractor has raised reasonable objection. Reasonable objection to authority, to assist, to against whom contractor has raised reasonable objection by a notice under sub clause. This is very powerful clause for contractor. This is 3.1. Now I'm going to 3.2. Others implies personal. Others implies personal. Other implies personal. This is what's already now. Now we look at key personal. We are talking of key personal. Others implies personal. Just for reminding those. It is FIDIC. I'm talking of FIDIC. Yes, it is FIDIC. FIDIC 2017. Silver. Alright. It's about how many minutes? 2:17. I think easily half an hour can move. 42. Let me see. Others employers personal. Employer or employer's representative. Employers or employer representative may from time to time assign duties and delegate authority to assistants, and may also revoke such assignments or delegations by giving a notice to contractor of name, assigned and name, assigned duties, name, assigned duties and delegated authority of assistant. Assignment, delegation or revocation shall not take effect until this notice has been received by contractor. Understand? I repeat. Employer or employer's representative who is already appointed may from time to time assign duties and delegate authority to assistants, and may also revoke such assignment or delegation by giving a notice to contractor. Notice to contractor of name, assigned duties and delegated authority of assistants. Assignment, delegation or revocation shall not take effect until this notice has been received by However, assignment, delegation or revocation shall not take effect until this notice has been received by contractor. However, employer's representative shall not delegate authority to A. Act under sub-clause 3.5 agreement or determination and or Now, however, employer's representative shall not delegate authority to A. Act under sub-clause 3.5 agreement or determination and or B. Issue a notice to correct under sub-clause. Now, it is qualification, you can say, of assistants, because assistants actually they are going to work on site. Employers representative overall is like engineer in construction red book. Here it's written employers representative, but it's having same power of engineer. So you can say there should be someone else on site to work, because engineers generally do not stay on site. So there should be other engineers whom we are talking about now. It says that B. Issue a notice to correct under subclass 15.1. Notice to correct. This is, however, employer's representative shall not delegate authority to this, personal, or you can say delegation by this delegate act or under subclass 3.5 agreement or determination of B. Issue a notice to correct or under subclass 15.1 notice to correct, because this authority of agreement or determination or notice to correct lies with engineer in red book. So this is a position of engineer engineer and director, what would you say, engineer and saying employer, so this is that. Assistant shall be suitably qualified natural persons who are competent to carry out these duties and exercise his authority, and who are fluent in in language or communication defined language communication, you can say defined in subclass 1.4 law and language. 3.3 delegated person. We are coming to now that person were appointed by both employer and employer's representative. These assistants actually or key personnel may be said. They are key personnel because they are doing top supervision job. All persons including employer's representative and assistants to whom duties have been assigned or authority has been delegated by a notice of delegation given under subclass 3.1 employer's representative or subclass 3.2 other employer's personnel as case may be shall only be authorized to issue instructions and communications and public or to give notice to contractor or extent contractor notice to contractor to extent defined by notice of delegation. Acceptance, agreement, approval, check, certificate, comment, consent, disapproval, examination, inspection, instruction, notice, no objection, records of meeting, permission, proposal, record, reply, report, request, review, test, evaluation or similar act including absence of whatever such act by a delegated person in accordance with notice of delegation shall have same effect as though act had been an act of employer. I will repeat this better. All persons including employer's representative and assistants to whom duties have been assigned or authority has been delegated to by a notice of delegation given under subclass 3.1 employer's representative or subclass 3.2 other employer's personnel as case may be shall only be authorized to issue instructions and communications and or to give notices to contractors to extent defined by notice of delegation. Whatever acceptance, agreement, approval, check, certificate, comment, consent, disapproval, examination, inspection, instruction, notice, no objections, records, meeting, permission, proposed, record, reply, report, request, review, test, valuation or similar act, including absence of any such act by a delegated person in accordance with notice of delegation shall have same effect as though act had been an act of employer. However, unless otherwise stated in delegated person's communication relating to such act, it shall not relieve contractor from whatever duty, obligation or responsibility contractor has under or in connection with contract. B. If contractor questions certain instruction, communication or notice given by delegated person, contractor may by giving a notice refer matter to employer. Employer shall be deemed to have confirmed such instruction, communication, or notice if employer does not respond within 7 days after receiving contractor's notice, reversing or varying delegated person's instruction, communication, or notice. I am reading it this B again. If contractor questions instruction, communication, or notice given by delegated person, contractor may by giving a notice refer matter to employer. Employer shall be deemed to have confirmed such instruction, communication, or notice if employer does not respond within 7 days after receiving employer shall be deemed to have confirmed such instruction, communication, or notice if employer does not respond within 7 days after receiving contractor's notice, reversing receiving contractor's notice, reversing or varying delegated person's instruction, communications. So it's clear. If some instruction is given by delegates, by employer's representative, or by those persons appointed by employer, or by the delegated authorities, delegated persons, they issue some notice, some instruction to contractor, and a question is raised by contractor that confirm that this is right, and employer does not respond within 7 days, it is automatically understood that is valid finish. And responsibility goes to employer. That's also a point there. Now we go to 3-4 instructions. 3-4 instructions, and that is 3-4 instruction. Employer may, through employer's representative or an assistant, as stated below, issue to contractor at whatever time instructions which may be necessary for execution of works, all in accordance with contract. Each instruction shall state if obligations to which it relates and subclause or other terms of contract in which obligations are specified. Employer may, through employer's representative or an assistant, as stated below, issue to contractor at whatever time which may be necessary for execution of works, all in accordance with contract. Each instruction shall state obligations to which it relates and subclause or other term of contract in which obligations are specified. Contractor shall only take instructions from employer's representative or an assistant to whom appropriate authority Whereas we missed somewhere. Authority to give instruction has been delegated by a notice given under subclause 3 to other employees' personnel. Contractor shall only take instructions from employer's representative or an assistant to whom appropriate authority to give instruction has been delegated by a notice given under subclause 3.2 other employers' personnel. Subject to following provisions of the subclause. Contractor shall comply with instructions given by employer's representative or delegated assistant on whatever matter related to contract. If an instruction states that it constitutes a variation, subclause 13.3.1, variation by instruction shall apply. If not stated, if not so stated, and contractor considers that instruction A constitutes a variation for variation or involves work that is already part of an existing variation, or B does not comply with applicable laws or shall reduce safety of works or is technically impossible. Does not comply with applicable laws or will reduce safety of works or is technically impossible. Contractor shall immediately and before commencing whatever work related to instruction give a notice to employer with reasons. If employer does not respond within 7 days or such other time as may be agreed with between parties after receiving notice, by giving a notice confirming, reversing or varying instruction, employer shall be deemed to have so this is very confusing, It says that contract shall immediately and before commencing of any work related to instruction give notice to employer with reasons. If employer does not respond within 7 days or such other time as may be agreed between parties after receiving this notice, by giving a notice confirming, reversing or varying instruction, employer shall be deemed to have revoked the instructions. Other engineer operation. Okay, let's say it's very complex. If employer does not respond within 7 days or such other time as may be agreed between parties after receiving notice, by giving a notice confirming, reversing or varying instruction, employer shall be deemed to have revoked instruction. Otherwise, contract shall comply with and be bound by terms of employer's response. This was 3.4. Now 3.5. Agreement or determination. Hold on, let me see time, how much we have. Oh, no, we don't have time today. Well, let us talk better. Of course, it is slow, but it's comprehensive. FIDIC, very important for engineers. FIDIC 2017. Silver, I'm talking, red is already finished. So there's what we saw. That FIDIC 17 is EPC first of all. Silver is EPC and red is not EPC. EPC means engineering, procurement and construction, and red means construction. In red, design is given by engineer or employer, and contractor only does work based on designs. EPC is silver. Silver is EPC. This means there are 3 responsibilities here. EPC. Engineering, contractor has to do. Procurement, contractor has to do. And construction, contractor has to do. So this 3 in 1. This means it must be 3 times responsible. In this case, EPC, there is employer and employer's representative. Employer's representative is is having full authority, he has full authority from employer, while further people are appointed. In red, there was employer and engineer. Here, employer representative is on same position as engineer was there, so we can say this is virtual engineer because he has to decide on engineering, to decide on procurement, and has to decide on construction. So, engineer's representative is engineer here, means he has to deal with engineering, designs, procurement, construction, and contracts. Contracts as you know, not as representative. Contracts not representative. Means engineer role of contract. All decisions making, all determinations in that position to act as engineer only, irrespective of relations having employer. It's same, but values or responsibilities and the involvements are completely different. This point we have to understand. So EPC is something very different. It's representative, means it includes engineer. In representation, it includes engineer, it includes designer, it includes supervision authority, it includes contracts authority, it includes every responsibility where decision is to be made, firm decision to be made, wrong or right, that's later to be seen. Decision is to be made. Appointed by employer but not employer's person. Beauty is that. Appointed by employer but not employer's person. Same appointed engineer, appointed by employer but not employer's person. For determination and for certain kinds of adjudication or agreements, not employer's person. Not accountable to an employer actually. Not accountable to employer. That's what I say. Beauty of this. We'll take up later on, because this is already. But my suggestion to those engineers who may read or may not read, I can't say. They are opening my links I have seen, and so far about, I think, more than 15,000 times they have opened links. What they have gone to, I don't know, because from there I can't say its site. And I also those who are reading on LinkedIn or on Twitter, if you are interested in understanding FIDIC, because it's not that directly you're into FIDIC, because FIDIC is a structure that gives reliable contract clauses, and you adopt from there. If you wish, you can go through these talks. I'm not expert exactly. I'm just explaining like your friend can do or your colleague can do in your office. I'm not claiming any kinds of experts. I don't want to claim that. But what my experience I have, I want, based on that experience and pre-maths and aftermaths of that experience and whatever difficulties I faced in my career, just to share all those with people. And that's important, that's major importance here. So I like to close this now. It's already 4 hours 8, and because unnecessary pulling is also not good, and this one is that's clause 3.5 we'll take up tomorrow. 3.5 I close this file, as well as I can say I close this talk. Thank you very much. I'll say thanks again. And so I close it.